the stream, everyone. Getting another broadcast going. Sorry the chair's kind of squeaky. Also know there's some 60 cycle hum and some other electrical noise. Tried to EQ that out a little bit. I'm hoping that when I get this USB isolator in the mail, that'll help. Alright, so we're getting the stream going a little earlier today. Trying not to wait until everyone's asleep. So, this is a project to try to get some slightly more modern software running on this quite old industrial PC that is a somewhat customized 486 compatible computer that normally runs the voting machine software. So it hangs out in a big old suitcase and it runs off of either wall power or a couple of big lead acid batteries. Has a 1024 by 768 LCD here that's normally mounted in portrait mode. It boots an operating system off of a compact flash card, which is usually this 16 meg card, which, you know, this thing can run DOS or Windows 3.1 or Windows 95 or Linux or like whatever. Their system here was based on something called PSOS, which I hadn't heard of before, and it looks like a pretty basic embedded operating system. And it has a couple of these slots which look like PCMCIA or like PC card slots. I don't know how standard or how capable they are. It does appear that they're connected to the ISA bus, so it's probably possible to use those as expansion slots, but we might have to reverse engineer how the bus attachment is made and figure out how to enable them, since I don't think they're using an off-the-shelf PC card controller for this. I think it's a combination of some memory mapping features that are built into the system on chip over there, which is the only BGA part, and a bunch of glue logic all over the board. All sorts of just like buffers and level shifters and latches all over this motherboard. It's just packed with glue. And it does have a PC 104 slot here, which I assume was used by the original developers for debugging. And presumably with some of these unpopulated power supply components, you could run different, you could get like negative voltages or whatever that these additional cards might need. You could theoretically add things like debug cards or additional ports or whatever. There are also unpopulated connectors you could use to add an additional hard disk or a floppy drive. I haven't done that mostly because I don't have all the random bits and bobs that I would need to do that, and I've been trying to keep this from turning into a purchasing project. I want to just, you know, make this work using the parts I've already got, since I have a lot of junk already. I don't especially need more e-waste. I'm trying to just transform the e-waste I already have. So most of that I/O, most of the 5-volt I/O really, it was a little bit hard for me to see like what the distinctions were between peripherals that are built into the system on chip in this design versus peripherals that are put on outboard chips, because there's quite a lot built into the system on chip. There's an entire graphics controller on there. It's that little AMD BGA part here. It's really the newest looking thing on this motherboard, right? Got some flash memory over here, which has the BIOS. There's a lot of unused space in that flash too, so if we were willing to take the risk of developing a flashing tool, which would probably require a viable recovery method in case it fails, right? If we were going to undertake that, there's room for all sorts of customization in the BIOS, but it's much easier to just boot this like a normal PC and mostly ignore the BIOS, which also seems to be what the original developers were doing. So then under that, we've got a Chips and Technologies video controller, which actually has a lot of 2D acceleration features. It has an LCD port and a CRT port. The CRT port is not broken out anywhere as far as I know, but if we soldered some wires to this, we could theoretically have a VGA monitor. Normally that card there, which is like pointed directly at the camera, so it's kind of hard to see, there's a small add-in card which just has LVDS drivers, so it takes 24-bit parallel data from the video chip and converts it to high-speed serial, which goes out through this bundle of cables off to the actual screen. And there's a whole additional circuit board on the back of the screen that has LVDS receivers. So anyway, that's a brief tour of the hardware. You can mostly treat it like a normal PC. I was really suspicious that the hardware had a customized boot process for a long time, but I don't think it actually does. It seems like the boot process is just old. So even though this is a early 2000s machine full of late 90s chips, it still has a boot process from the early 90s where the BIOS is using CHS mode addressing to talk to the hard drive. Anyway, we've got as far as running grub on here, and if you try to boot Linux from grub, Linux will fail very early on. It doesn't get to the early print Ks, it doesn't decompress the kernel visibly or anything like that. So it's not even really, at this point, easy to tell whether we're getting into Linux at all or whether we're just hanging in grub before the actual boot happens. So there's a handful of ways to debug this. It seems like maybe the first thing to try, though, was just try to boot something else other than Linux, like try to boot a simple single binary, something like memtest, or maybe something like, I have a couple of these little example programs that I wrote a long time ago that boot on, I guess, the bare metal without a kernel, and they'll boot in a variety of formats. Like you can just throw them on a floppy disk and they'll boot, but you can also boot them as a multi-boot kernel through grub. So I have a lot of this stuff working on an emulator over here, but not so much on the real hardware. Oh yeah, my QEMU right now is only emulating like classic VGA, and this tries to switch to 800 by 600 mode. Which, this does have 800 by 600, it goes up to 1024 by 768. I don't know if it'll have a 32-bit per pixel mode, so this may or may not work. We may get that same result on real hardware if we even get that far. What it was supposed to do is a little more interesting. I'm just running it with defaults. Yeah, it's a cheesy little star field. It'll probably look especially bad on this old LCD panel if it even runs. But I think I already stuck that on the card, so I'm just going to turn off the lights and stick this in the machine and we'll see if it boots. Gosh, there's no good place for this keyboard. Maybe there. Gosh, kind of unfortunate placement for the studio monitor right there. There's a spider living on this webcam. I don't want to bother it too much, but... Alright. The best part of this grub setup is that we have grub turning off the watchdog timer, so it no longer automatically powers off. I don't have to be in a rush. Ooh, look at that hang. I wonder if grub and syslinux are having very similar problems, since so far everything is hanging approximately at the point where we should actually be transferring control into the kernel. Gosh, how are we going to deal with this? I think at this point we need to look into like very late boot grub debugging and see what's available. Like maybe there's some options we can use to print out like CPU state and memory state as we're handing it off to the kernel. Like just for comparison, I'll boot Linux here. PC speaker's nice and loud, huh? Right, basically the same. But I know we can read the files. On the last stream, I did a SHA-512 from grub of the kernel, and all that matched. I wonder if Tuco's gonna join me. He's usually inquiring about what I'm doing if I'm actually making noises in this room. Yeah, I guess we should start out by learning more about grub and what kind of debug options. I mean, they might even have a troubleshooting section in the manual that helps with this, so maybe that's the first thing to start with. Oh gosh, I've given myself a very confusing desktop setup here. My theory at this stage is still that we can make this work without having to recompile grub. Like grub seems flexible enough that there's probably a config option for it somewhere. At least that worked with the watchdog timer. That's not it. It might also be interesting to try booting something that we know for sure boots, like DOS. I think that might require modifying the partition setup. It sounds very annoying. There's a request for context. I'm trying to boot Linux on a 486 embedded industrial PC that is part of a voting machine. And it's a strange machine with a strange BIOS. And so far I've gotten it to boot DOS and Windows 3.1, mostly with a lot of fussing with the partition tables and the disk layout. And I've got it into grub at this point, but I can't get it past grub. And I had a very similar experience with syslinux, where it seemed like syslinux itself, this was actually the ext Linux variant, it seemed like the bootloader was finding the kernel and loading it, but then somewhere approximately where it was going to be transferring control to the kernel, things just crash. So it's sort of an annoying spot to try to debug anything in. I think the documentation is not going to be a super helpful experience here, and I might just dive into source code. Did I already download the grub source? Yes. How do you work? This text too large now. I should go see if I can entice Tuco to come in here, because it's lonely in here without Tuco. Yeah, is that okay? What a kitty. A little bit of context for the CPU. There's a request for additional context, like why do I want to put Linux on the voting machine? It's for a video, it's for a video, it's for a thing that I want to record. So already we have several things happening with no visible output in between. We have pre-boot functions, we have a sort of pluggable loader here, and we have a rest of the pre-boot function. Which is weird. Is that like if the boot fails? Oh, sorry, I have my phone on loud. Grub loader set. I'm gonna bounce around this search tree, source tree, doing full text searches on everything. So already this is very different code paths for like loading the Linux kernel versus something like loading the multi-boot VBE demo thing that we were just trying to do. That spider chose a really weird place to be. You might see him wander across the screen. Maybe I can remove them. I know that would be unsettling for some of you. Yeah, you be elsewhere. Not on a camera, thanks. Okay, disaster averted. I wonder if as an experiment I could try getting grub to chain load itself. Like just to see if that part of the system is working. Sure. Oh, there you are. This bug is still getting my business. Dude, please be elsewhere. Yeah, not on my mic stand, not on my desk. How about you go by the door? Oh, they're off my desk. At least that's an improvement. Alright, chain load. Can we just do that? Shouldn't it be able to chain load from the master boot record? blocklist notation. I guess the plus is not optional. Yeah, I don't know why that's not working. Wondering if they actually formally deprecated block list feature and just didn't update the manual, or if I'm doing it wrong. Anyway, shouldn't you be able to still do this just for the sake of like booting DOS or whatever? Let's just make sure that's still using this command, or maybe there's something else going on. I mean, so much of the grub stuff is now shifting over to describing EFI by default also. Oh, is this only working because the numbering starts, or not working because the numbering starts at 1? Is that just what I'm doing wrong? Oh, gosh. I thought maybe the whole format was deprecated, but it was just... Oh gosh, that's off the bottom of the screen. Okay, I can do just chain loader plus 1. It's just not chain loader plus 0. Okay. Yeah, so that works. I think that just boots the MBR. Let's see if I can do that on the real hardware. and turn off the autofocus. Autofocus does not work in this much dark. Gosh. That blue light from the webcam is really bugging me. I'm just going to cover that with tape. If I can even find the beginning of this roll of tape. Yeah, sorry the terminal was covered up by the other thing. I know folks often tell me that in chat, and that's useful, and I'm sorry I don't always notice. Usually if I'm looking at the chat window, I can also see the outgoing stream window, so I'll notice stuff like that at around the same time. Okay, that's better. It's like one of those intrinsically creepy things to do, right? Is covering up a webcam light. But it's for my video studio, so it's fine, right? This focus. I'm always trying to focus it for the screen by focusing on the bezel, but the focus planes are not quite close enough for that to work. Okay, chain loader HD0 +1. Let's see if we can boot back into grub. Ooh. That's a good sign. I mean, that narrows it down a lot, right? Let's just make sure I'm not imagining this and verify this in the emulator again. Right, HD0 +1, same disk image. Should boot back into grub, but nope. Like what else could it be? I mean, we're talking to the watchdog timer, but that should all happen after some grub startup messages happen. Also, I'm pretty sure running the watchdog initialization twice is not actually going to cause a problem. At worst, it would make the machine just shut off. It wouldn't make grub hang. Does grub have... Well, I guess I need to read into what some of the... It looks like some of those pre-boot functions might be worth looking into now. I should probably look at the chain loader just to see if there's something, I don't know, like early on in that could fail, just to eliminate that. Right, so most of the work dealing with the disk format should be done by that chain loader command, not by the actual boot callback. That's interesting. Whoa! What? Wow, what is that noise about? I don't think you've ever made that noise. What? Gosh. Gosh, Tuco. Be interesting to see if we're getting to this point, and I think we could do that just by having grub go into a different video mode and see if it switches back before crashing. Okay, you want out. Okay. Nice that that's in grub. Cute little VBE tester. Graphics mode. Where are the actual grub variables in the manual? Like this manual is not as useful as it could be. Index. Set. Right, shouldn't there at least be a link to the list of all the environment variables and how they're described here? that's not actually it, right? Am I just gonna have to grep the grub source code? Graphics term. Is that a command? Oh, it's an output. There is a section in the manual about outputs, right? The contents is less useless than the rest. That's good. Oh, where's this list? Special environment variables. So these are considered to be environment variables? Okay. Oh, and you can specify a resolution here. Yay, okay. Do I have to specify output and input separately? I do, right? Okay, that's cool. We can just set terminal output. Does that work? Gotta make this smaller. Ooh, that's the little text. So now when we chain load, it should reset. Okay, let's see if we can do that on the actual hardware. Okay. Cool. So that also answers my question about whether that other demo would work. It will not find the right video mode because this does not, in fact, have 32-bit per color or 32-bit per pixel video modes. It's not surprising. Something of this era would not have wanted to waste video memory just to get nice alignment. I guess it couldn't hurt to actually just put this in my config, because it might be nice to have this running graphics mode anyway. Especially if I can give it a bright background, that might make it a lot more readable. Should we go on a tiny side quest to just make this a little easier to see? Yeah, that was not an improvement, but that worked. We have a very tiny gray on black grub prompt. Oh my gosh, that screen refresh was slow. Yeah, maybe we stick to text mode without 2D acceleration, right? A screen this big, updated entirely through like flat frame buffer on a slow bus, is not going to be the most pleasant thing to type on. Oh gosh. Can't even read what that's saying. Whatever, I'm just going to chain load and see if it switches modes. Okay, I don't know why the blue background was causing lines to redraw with a black background. That might have just been a bug. Gosh, why is help taking so long? Was it rendering it on like a back buffer and then just very slowly blitting it? Because, gosh. I guess we could try that VBE test. Oh yeah. Why would there be Unicode support? I guess it implements Unicode, but we probably just don't have those modules loaded. It might even be as simple as we don't actually have a Unicode font. This is probably a pretty basic font. Ooh, is this gonna take a while to just come back? The system is gonna be home of some really mysterious delays, isn't it? Actually, maybe this has crashed. Yeah, maybe we did not successfully come back to that. I'm just gonna power cycle it. Yeah. Happy 5.0 to you. I think that was supposed to be something about Unicode 5.0. Okay. I'm gonna do something less than full screen so that we don't have to wait quite as much. What was that called? Is there really just not a good 800 by 600 mode on here? Whatever. Can I at least put it in 8-bit to be a little faster? What am I doing wrong here? Does it just not like the quotes? I am definitely just doing something wrong here. And 24 by 768. Oh, maybe I had to actually request the list of visa modes first. Huh. Uh... Oh, brilliant. Okay, we did get text mode. So I think that can just rule out all of the pre-boot or pre-loader hooks or whatever they were called. And so we know that it's actually getting into the loader. And this is probably just something in the kind of common low-level code. And I don't know what we're going to find in here. It might be something related to how old the system is or related to how weird the BIOS is. Okay. So back in the grub source code. Okay, so this is chain loader boot where we were before. So I think we're getting all the way here and something's going wrong past this grub relocator 16 boot. So I want to see if this is actually in common with the other booters that we've also seen fail, like Linux. Let's see what goes on in here. Okay. I don't think I've tried Linux 16 boot yet. That also might be interesting. Oh wait, is this just all Linux 16 now? Oh yeah, no, so syslinux had separate commands for 16 and 32-bit, but maybe we're always going into Linux here in real mode. That would make sense. Wait, no. Linux 16. I guess there must be just like a new Linux file somewhere else. Tuco wants out again. Tuco. Oh, there's a suggestion to add an activity LED and then see if it's even trying to load the kernel. We already did something kind of like that and just looked at the bus activity on the oscope because I've already got this logic analyzer connected. And it does look like it was loading the kernel. I don't think the problem's on the loading side. The SHA-512 I was doing of the kernel was also fine. And Tuco's back. Ow. Tuco. What? 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 Welcome back. Oh, this cat. Someone's asking if I read chat. Yes. Tuco. There's another question about whether the background video behind me is live. It's not live. It could be, but it's just a looping recording I made a while ago. Oh my gosh, Tuco. Wow, you're so loud, Tuco. Okay, so the 16-bit Linux loader is in that PC subdirectory, and the 32-bit Linux loader is not in the PC subdirectory. That makes sense. I assume we use a different relocator this time. Hey, Tuco. Whoa, Tuco, hey. What? Honey. No. You just opened the debug console on my text editor. Don't chew on the compact flashcards. Ah. Oh gosh. Chin. Oh, cat really wants attention. Well, Tuco, don't be chewing on everything, gosh. Tuco, do you not have enough actual food? That's a trick question, you have plenty of food. Tuco, don't be chewing on any of that. Tuco. Oh, grub Linux boot. Okay, it looks like Linux would do something similar where pretty early on it changes back to text mode by default. Tuco. And here's some debug printfs. How do we enable those? Debug. Is that just an environment variable? Ooh. Oh, that would be handy. Yeah, let's just try that. Let's try it in the emulator first. Oh, hey, Tuco. Don't be walking on that. Oh yeah, we get malloc debug. Ah, you want that again? Gosh, maybe I should put a cat flap in that door. Does that persist if I run this? Okay, cool. I can go back to the menu and have the debug flag stay. That's cool. Ah, brilliant. Let's just do that. Well, yeah, I think this code would be common to the chain loader and Linux and basically everything because we're moving grub out of the way and getting ready for another operating system. I'm going to try doing that chain loader thing just to see if maybe we get some similar debug output. I suspect these, like if we look closer at the relocator code, we might find some useful tidbits in these memory addresses, like maybe there's some MMIO that we need to tell grub to avoid, something like that. That seems like the kind of thing we might be hitting. Right, like especially if what this is saying, like I'm assuming this is a destination and a source address and a size. So I wonder if there's a way to tell grub just like, please don't do anything weird with the first megabyte of memory. there are all sorts of things that could be weird about this. Like there's definitely system management code running in BIOS for actually I don't know for sure what they'd be using it for on this board, but the system the system on chip they're using is designed to have system management code for doing things like emulating keyboard controllers and um, I don't know what else actually. The main thing they were talking, oh, and power management. And I don't know how much of that they actually need in this board, but if they inherited any kind of board support kit from AMD, then they certainly might have this thing doing some stuff in system management mode by default. Tuco wants in again. Hey. What? Tuco, I'm busy. I'm working. Oh, chick. So yeah, I assume that means we're trying to write some stuff at approximately physical memory address 1000 hex, right at the 4 kilobyte boundary or so. Which is definitely a location that the BIOS could be using for something weird. It might be a location where we have memory mapped I/O, but I'm not sure about that. That's often higher in memory than that. Nituko, are you gonna stand on stuff? I don't stand on that, Tuko. Oh, you're gonna stand on different things. Don't. Tuko is in that void right now. That's different. Huh. That is very weird. I expected it to produce more output than that. I don't know what this kern verifiers thing is either. Let me just see if loading the partition via chain loading is any different. Beep, 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 beep. Oh, right, that's not a one-based index, that's the length, right? I think we're starting at 0 in this case. So what if we do that? I didn't put it there, did I? No. That's weird though. Let's see if we get any debug output from trying to run one of those other kernels. Like, oh, the pager. Oh, we get paged debug output. That's so nice of it. Oh, interesting. So I don't know what was going on with the chain loader, but it looks like this little VBE demo and the Linux kernel are both having the same problem with the relocator. I wonder if I can just ask the chain loader to run this also, because it does have an MBR, that VBE demo. Gosh, that speaker is not the greatest thing to listen to, is it? Oh, I didn't actually set the debug options correctly. Let's try that again. LCD sure looks trippy as it's powering up, right? I think the deal there is that I don't think there's actually a software power control for the backlight. I think it's just always on, and then the panel itself takes just a split second to actually power up, and when it's off, I think it's in the clear state. I could be wrong about that, but I think we're actually seeing the panel like initially darken at the same time as the backlight tubes are warming up, so there's this sort of like weird flash as it turns on. That's better. Just a sec. Sorry about that. Too close to still being a speaker gargoyle up here. Oh yeah, there's another couple of requests for context in the chat. I have an old embedded machine here that normally runs a proprietary OS, and I'm trying to see if I can get it to run Linux. Tuco is sitting on the speaker here, being all cute. Oh, what were we doing? There sure is a lot going on with this debug output. Oh, Tuco got off the speaker. Oh my gosh, can I turn off the... Right. Boot, grub, BB demo. Okay, we are chain loading. Okay. Now we're actually going to boot into the chain loaded copy of this VBE demo, maybe. Okay. That was the same problem I hit trying to boot it off of multi-boot, I think. That's interesting. I don't even know what kern verifiers is. Let's see what that actually does. Tuco, you're sitting right in front of my switcher. Hey, Tuco, Tuco. Too many keyboards going on. Oh my gosh, Tuke. He's the cutest little tiger right now. There's a question about how far it gets on boot. That's a good question. That's what I'm trying to determine. It's failing somewhere in between grub and decompressing the kernel. And I've tried both grub and ext Linux at this point, and they both have actually been failing in quite similar ways. But grub has nicer debugging tools. Okay. File verifiers. know if this is even going to be it. This might just be some optional feature that we're not even using, but I don't know. There's a question about loadlin. I don't know. I didn't look at loadlin. I looked briefly at Lilo. Lilo and syslinux are both pretty unmaintained at this point. And aside from it being larger, I don't see a lot of reason not to use grub on this system. If the largeness is a problem, the first thing to do is to strip out a bunch of modules we don't need. So I'll probably do that at some point. Huh. I would think this would be happening way before we actually get into... Huh. Yeah, I don't know what happens right after the verifier normally. That seems like it would be important. That's weird. It seems like if we were actually getting out of the verifiers at all, we should be hitting some of these logged frees that go with the logged mallocs up there. And actually, are we even getting logs from execute.c? We're just in script.c, so maybe this isn't even the right call site. Tuco's getting all the head rubs. Maybe we should actually prioritize trying to run a memory test on here. Also, okay, so one hypothesis about what's going on here is that there is some memory mapped I/O hardware in low memory that grub is tripping over and crashing. It might be a cool idea just for testing to see if there's a quick command to exclude memory from grub. Why was I unable to boot an memtest? Do I still have that binary here? Took memtest off this card. Okay, let's put memtest back on here. Okay, interesting. Where'd you go? Oh gosh, loudness. Okay. So what kind of thing is this? It's a boot sector. I thought it was also a multi-boot image, but based on that Debian thread, it might be a slightly broken multi-boot image. And that's fine. We'll try loading it with Linux 16 or chain loader. the debug. There's a request for context. I'm trying to get Linux to boot on an old machine. That is a weird place to fail. Feel free to vote in the chat about whether I should unplug the PC speaker again. What? Did that not actually load? Oh, maybe this isn't even a multi-boot image. Okay. We did chain loader with debugging. Let's do Linux 16 with debugging. Ooh, different failure. Right, still in the relocator, but in a very different address while it was trying to copy or whatever. You want me to make it beep even more? We could actually have it play a tune. Somebody probably has a script to convert MIDI into grub beep commands. Yes, of course it exists, and someone posted it on Reddit. It's extremely the kind of thing that should already exist. Yeah, this looks dreadful. It's like 150 lines of Python. Yeah, we could use old ringtones in MIDI maybe. Perhaps add a small amplifier. Right. I discovered that the PC speaker port has no DC blocking, so usually it's just sitting there at 5 volts all the time, making the speaker warm. We could put some text up on the LCD while we're here. That whole thing. there something simpler we could try booting? This is a bit disappointing. I'm seeing what seems like sort of a little constellation of similar failures rather than just a single thing that's easy to debug. Oh no, my stream would be easier to fall asleep to if I wasn't beeping all the time. Yeah. Yeah, so you can do stuff like that in grub. Can it play significantly faster? I wonder if you can actually just have it play back approximations of wave files by using extremely high tempos. No. There's definitely a minimum duration there. Tuko, you want back in? Wow. 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 Oh, you're gonna take my seat just right away. Gosh. Yeah. I'm gonna hold you if you do that. Now Tuko's climbing on me. Pointy tiger. Cat butt. Hey Tuko, why don't you be somewhere slightly different? Gosh, Tuko, you're so sharp. Less toenail on boob. Thanks. It's the toenail on boob and tail and face. Purr. Tuko is the most in the way right now. That's a good question. Someone's wondering whether Tuko still likes the plastic bolts. Not quite as much as he used to when we lived in that concrete box where they just bounce around super easily. His favorite thing currently is the running wheel again, although he's got a bunch of other things that he likes. He's pretty into the food that he's got right now. He likes looking at the birds outside, and he's been making his own holes in the window blinds anytime he wants a better view. Oh, Tuko is so purring right now. Oh, you're so purring. Why are you so purring? I don't know why you're so purring. Kitty. Oh, I can barely read the chat from back here. The text is so little and my hands are full. Oh yeah, I think the question was about, or it was something about like when I moved. Yeah, that was a little while ago. I moved at the beginning of last year, kind of right before COVID hit. Hugo is so purring. He's got a good tail waggle too. Whoa. You moving slightly? Somebody say YouTube hid my grub command line? Oh, he's so purring, gosh. Oh, there we go. Gosh, the EMI this thing picks up is amazing. Tuka, what you scratching at? You want that open? You want the outdoor loudness? Oh, gosh. Okay. So I started the stream assuming that we'd be debugging Linux, but it definitely seems likelier that the problem is happening before we even get out of grub. We should be seeing, well, actually we should, for comparison, do a boot with all the debug messages on the emulator just to see what should be happening after the point where we're crashing. That would be useful. So maybe I'll just try to load basically the same experiment in the QEMU and see if we can just compare them side by side. Okay, console, pager 1, debug all. Cool. So we can already see the memory layout is somewhat different. It's interesting. All right, different memory layout, but the operations are pretty much lockstep as far as I can see. Real mode target. Trying to remember off the top of my head if that was like a fairly safe address. I don't think that's anything special in DOS. Let's just check. So 8B1000. That could be used by the BIOS. The next experiment I want to try after this is like explicitly giving grub some memory areas to avoid. Same relocation size. I mean, these are booting the same kernel binary. Okay, and then that's the last output before it hangs. Ooh, interesting. So I didn't see what went on there. I guess I should have taken it line by line. Let's get back there in the emulator. Okay, so after preparing relocks, I should go line by line. That looks like the line where, like, whatever's after this, it doesn't actually reach on the 486. Which does seem to be that area that it was writing to in the BIOS data area or whatever. So let's experiment with this in the emulation. Can I just have grub avoid that whole zone? This doesn't really make it clear what the difference is between bad RAM and cut mem. Oh, is it just the format? Oh yeah, bad RAM is in a binary mask format and cut mem is in a range. So what is that if I just want to go from 8 to... I guess that's just everything from 512K to a megabyte. Can I do that? Okay. Oh! Is it switching loading modes? It's like, wasn't it going to real mode last time and now we're going into protected mode? Or is this something different? I'm wondering if by excluding the second half of the first megabyte, it's deciding that there isn't enough memory in low memory to put the kernel, so it's putting it into high memory, which is better. Like, I didn't really want it to go in the low memory anyway. Is it hanging right here? Maybe let's just try that, but with less memory. Same-ish place there. Interesting. would actually be useful to run memtest on here, or some tool that can give us a detailed memory map. But it's interesting that none of this was problematic running under Windows 3.1 or DOS, presumably because they kind of listen to what BIOS has to say about memory. But for all I know, the BIOS memory map on this might just be completely wrong, or maybe the problem is totally elsewhere. Yeah, I wonder if the BIOS leaves the memory mapping hardware on the system on chip configured in some strange way. I'm wondering if Ubuntu's memory test is actually the same format as what I'm using here. Oh yeah, see this must be like a Debian modification, because Debian has a multi-boot version of memtest86. The one that I downloaded from the site was not a multi-boot file. Okay. I definitely keep getting a modifier stuck down somehow. Not sure where that's coming from. wonder how likely it is that this could be some strange CPU issue. Like this is not like a normal 486 core. This is a core that is supposed to be 486 compatible. Okay, this will be the multi-boot memtest 86. Okay. Okay, let's go line by line. So far so good. That's above the first megabyte. Are we just going to get lucky with memtest 86 not trying to load into any BIOS memory? Or is this... oh, maybe this is the last straw. That shouldn't be a used location, right? That is conventional memory, as they say. Right, basically everything between the boot sector and halfway through the first megabyte. The second half of the first megabyte is weird. We have MMIO and BIOS stuff all over it. Okay, what are the other memtest binaries we just grabbed from Ubuntu? I don't know why Debian would have had all three of these. Okay. So that I was curious about that non-multi-boot elf file and the .bin file. So the .bin file is treated as a Linux kernel, and the .elf is loaded as a NetBSD kernel. Okay. can see the screen. Okay, so I'm trying the supposed KNetBSD or NetBSD kernel, which is the .elf that came with Ubuntu. Did all the file system stuff. Different relocation. Maybe I should try loading memtest while also doing the cut RAM. I should actually look up where this relocator message is coming from and see whether it's happening before or after the memory chunk in question. Looks like maybe after, if that past tense is to be believed. That's weird. Is this loop really just looping over chunks here? Oh my gosh, why is the tab spacing so messed up here? Why would they default to 2 spaces there? It's just gross. Yeah, so this file has hard tabs at 8 spaces, but it has 2 space indent, which is, it's a style. Okay, a little easier to read when the indentation isn't completely wrong. So we do actually have a loop that's doing more than just printing and calling calloc. It is calling this grub map memory and CPU relocator. haven't looked at all the context for this, but I'm assuming what this is moving stuff that we've already allocated into some location that's safe for it to hang out in during boot. So that might be parts of grub itself, or it might be the thing that we're actually trying to load. I'm going to go back to the test where we were trying to load the same Linux kernel in both places here. Is that the very last chunk? Was that actually the last message there? Okay, how about, do we need something even simpler? Could we chain load just like a single sector of something? Right, there's that little hex dumper thing that we wrote a few streams ago. Right, so this is just a little chunk of machine code that you can just dump in a boot sector. It doesn't have any other dependencies. It just hex dumps itself. And maybe we can chain load to that. So I'm going to stick it in the image. I don't really feel like doing this in Docker, so maybe I'll just loopback mount this. I'm going to put the same file in the QEMU image we're running and on the real compact flash card. I feel so welcomed to grub. Right. Okay. Oh. That is very similar to the behavior we would sometimes get trying to reboot with Control-Alt-Delete. Let's see if that worked at all in emulation. Okay. Oh, no, not okay. Hex. Did I not actually copy the file? Oh, how did I mess that up? I mounted the wrong image. That's fine. Yeah. Okay, that was the file. How can we boot it? Yeah, so that's what I was expecting to happen. And it does look like that verifier message about the boot string is the last thing it normally prints before just jumping right into the code. I wonder if... I wonder if it'll chain load if I tell grub to avoid that high half of the first megabyte. Let's try that in the emulator first. This is just like running a bunch of science experiments to try to test hypotheses. Okay, cut mem. I don't actually know what the command is to show the memory map. Anyway. Let's try this. Some of those messages from the relocator during the chain load command are quite useful. Like you can see it is actually allocating the boot sector at 7C00 like during that command, and here we're just running it. So actually I wonder if between calling chain loader and calling boot we could just poke around in memory and see what it's actually loaded. I wonder if that would be helpful. Now this isn't isn't running. Let's try this first. Will this actually just dump the real boot sector? No. Maybe I was wrong about that loading. Oh, is it preparing memory in some high region that it then plans to move? Is that what we're doing? Like 1FF, 1FOO maybe? Oh, elsewhere that 1FF, 1EFO shows up as a maximum adder. MFFAADO. That is beeping when I press a key, like the buffer's full. Okay. And Control-Delete actually had an effect, so the BIOS keyboard handler was definitely still happening. I guess I need to look closer at what grub does after all this stuff that we're seeing messages about. This cut mem certainly didn't seem to work in the emulator. Okay. It'd be kind of cool if there was a memory test built into grub. Should I just try sticking memtest directly on the card? I don't know if memtest86's built-in bootloader knows how to boot off of a CHS mode drive. I'll give it a shot though. I don't think that's going to boot off of this old BIOS. Gosh. Boot sector. Let's see what memtest can do. Oh, they copied Linux's boot sector. Linux had a boot sector? This might only be designed to boot off floppies. Blah, blah, blah. I have very little confidence that this bootloader will work on this computer. Yeah, this only mentions floppy disks. I should just try this in the emulator. Where did I put that? Why are you way over there? Oh wait, I just totally skipped the part where I actually copied the files I wanted. Nice job. Stellar. Okay. Let's try this one. Oh. version too old for 32-bit boot. Interesting. Did we even get that message before? Okay, so Linux 16 on this particular image should work. Is it not actually running? Right. Okay. Pretty much the same failure this time around. There's NT loader support. Okay, let's try to figure out how this is actually operating. I doubt the problem is A20 related, but I'm just finding it funny that one of the other systems I tried booting actually failed during the A20 gate disable because I guess this BIOS doesn't support one of the mechanisms for that. There's a question about like the scope of the grub project, I guess. The question is, I thought grub was just like a menu and a parameter setter, but it's like a memory allocation thing, question mark. You basically have to have an operating system to do anything meaningful, right? Like grub is trying to deal with like reading files, understanding file systems, initializing hardware. Like grub internally basically is an operating system. It has all the parts that you need for a simple operating system. So it has its own internal memory management, and then on top of that, it's also trying to figure out how to set up memory for the thing that it's booting, for some kind of initial boot environment. And both the bootloader and the BIOS are really responsible for maintaining some information about what areas of memory are usable for the kernel and kind of passing this information along. So that's one area where we might be experiencing a problem. Like, one theory about what's going on here is that in the process of customizing this system and like porting the BIOS to it and like writing their OS board support libraries and everything, it's possible that they internally decided that some memory region is memory mapped I/O for some hardware, or maybe that it's by default used for like the PC cards or the BIOS ROMs or something like that. And they set it up that way in at least like the post portions of BIOS and in the custom OS they wrote, but maybe they didn't actually set up the memory tables that BIOS hands over to the bootloader and subsequently the OS. So it's possible that maybe the OS is making some incorrect assumptions about where it can get memory. It's also possible that this is just some bug in grub that we're hitting with really old CPUs. It's possible that this is something specific to the not quite standard 486 we're running on, and maybe there's some mode switch that it's performing that has unintended effects. It's kind of weird set of problems at this point. It's definitely something in the low-level parts of grub at this point. And we have some fairly powerful debug tools at our disposal. Clearly there's a display here. We could just print stuff to the screen. We have a serial port, but we also have a logic analyzer on the bus, and so we can pretty easily set up traces for specific kinds of hardware activity, like we can set up triggers on serial port writes or on disk reads, that kind of thing. We can also just dump debug logging information to the ISA bus. That's pretty much how I did the BIOS dumping before. There often is existing debug for stuff like bootloaders and BIOSes that uses ISA port OX80, since you could get cards that would just display those values on a little hex display. I'm sure there are significantly fancier tracing frameworks that people will use for this low-level code also. We can also get a rough idea of where it's executing code in the BIOS, because that same address bus is connected to the logic analyzer. There's just like a shared address bus, right, between ISA and several other things that are relatively low speed, including the ROM. So anytime we're reading code from BIOS, we don't actually see we don't have like an indication of exactly when the read is happening, but we can see the addresses go by on the bus. We are getting into here. Is this their sort? It seems likely we're going to have to build our own grub and start adding some extra debug into here to get any further. Yeah, it might be fun to just look and see what we can see on the bus as it is with these binaries. But yeah, I'm not enjoying this, but I think we will have to actually compile grub and start hacking at it a little. Hope everyone's having a good day. Green screen's all wigging out with the lights this low. Okay, what's something simple? I think the simplest thing to do here is probably still having grub chain load itself. Beep beep. More beeps. More cowbell. I'm wondering if this will all happen fast enough I can just get it into one oscilloscope buffer. No debugging this time. I mean, no on-screen debugging. So as far as I know, this is the simplest command I can give grub that will cause broadly the same type of crash as what I'm seeing when it loads Linux. What this should be doing is, when I run chain loader, it's doing some disk fussing and it's copying the boot sector from the disk into some temporary area on memory. That's cool. And now when I run boot, it'll try to relocate the copy and then jump into it, and at some point it crashes. So what was that? Also, I should switch this to segmented and change the time scale, not that I know how long this is going to be. Oh gosh, it's too dark to see all the buttons on my scope. Beep beep beep. Beep beep beep. Beep beep beep. Beep beep beep. I should run it after typing boot, but before pressing enter. Ooh, 6 traces. Try. Thanks, segmented memory. I don't know what that is off the top of my head, but if I had to guess, I would say it's like cursor position or something like that related to the console. ED. I don't know what that is. EDs. Do we know what these are? I think those files were in... Oh, I actually put these in Git. Trying to be all organized with my notes. is. I didn't write it down already. Oh, that's a debug code right there. Do we have... Like, is that really? I wonder if grub actually has post codes in it. Oh yeah, I think both grub and Linux use port 80 as a delay also. Since it's an easy way to guarantee that you're waiting until like one ISA bus cycle could elapse is just by doing an ISA bus cycle. Those. I don't know what all this stuff is. Oh, keyboard LEDs. Really? No? Oh, that's the port 60. Never mind. Yeah, why did we have to have two different ways to order pairs of numbers? That's always inconvenient. Yeah, I don't know. This could be something the BIOS is doing. Just had to look at the logic indicators in the bottom right just to make sure nothing was disconnected, because these addresses are kind of weird. I don't know who's writing to these OXED IO ports. Like, I'm missing the least significant bit, so those could be EE, but I don't know what either of those are. Zuko's sleeping right back here. There's a question about what scope I'm using. A far overpowered one. It's the Keysight MSOX 6004. It's really overpowered for this particular task. I wonder if we should just be looking for out ED instructions in the BIOS, like... Like, I would not expect the BIOS to have much involvement where we are, because, like, grub, I think, is using its own disk drivers? Actually, I don't know if grub is using BIOS as disk drivers at this point. I guess it uses BIOS disk drivers by default. Just gonna type that and see if anything different happens. Yeah, I'm sure this scope is more expensive than anything I've ever bought. Well, that took a while, but it did something. Let's see what this trace looks like. Oh, do we not even have a disk? Are we missing the grub modules now? Maybe we have to load a module before we can do that. No tab completion there. Oof. Oh. I guess I'll probably get a bunch of debug option or debug output if I set debug and then run native disk. Oh, it is opening an ata.mod. And a USB.mod, that'll help. Oh gosh, now it's trying to load an OHCI driver, which is a type of USB controller. And it's printing out a PCI ID of all 80808080 over and over and over again. This machine does not have PCI. I mean, it did eventually finish when I didn't have debug output. Anyway, it looks like you might be able to tell native disk a specific module to use. Yeah, let's try that. Stuck. Okay, it seems like we initialized the parallel ATA module. So what does that actually mean? We have hard-coded I/O addresses. That could be useful. I think that's correct. We should be using the regular, like 1F0 port here. And there's a flag for CHS mode. Okay, let's see how much of this we actually get. That's interesting. That looked like dynamic linker stuff, but no actual parallel ATA stuff. now, like, everything is broken because it can't find anything. Maybe I can insmod the parallel ATA module before switching disks to try it out. Oh, Tuco. You wanna go? I guess, like, part of the problem I'm having now is I just don't actually know how to use this part of grub, so maybe we can try it in QEMU also. Oops. Keyboard focus nightmare. I should tell QEMU not to grab the mouse because I'm not doing anything with grab here. Joke. Hey. What? What? Okay, this looks similar. A bunch of dynamic linker stuff. And our disk is broken. So, yes, same behavior in QEMU there. Tuco, what are you doing? Tuco, what are you doing? No. Tuc, hey. Oh, cat. Little fuzzo. Hey, Tuc. Where to? You want that again, Tuc? Grub gamepad support? Is this an accessibility feature? Hmm. Tuco. You want to go out there again now? Tuco. Is that what you want? Oh, this cat. Not quite sure what that question is. Is the MS-DOS partition or whatever it is loading okay? If you're concerned about it saying MS-DOS, that is the type of partition. It's just saying that because we're using MBR. So it doesn't actually mean that it's like a DOS file system or anything. Tuco heard about the grubs. Yeah, quite possibly. Tuco. No, don't be climbing or chewing. God. Oh my gosh, Tuco. It's a comment from that chat that occasionally Tuco's morale compels us to meow back at him. Yes, that feeling is mutual. So that message where it can't find the partition, that shows up after it switches disk drivers. Like, it was locating that just fine through the BIOS, but when it's trying to access the disk directly, it doesn't work. And so far I haven't seen a lot of actual output from the parallel ATA driver, so that's a little weird, right? It's like the driver is loading, but then I'm not actually seeing output from it. Hey, Tuco. Are you going to be there for a minute, or are you trying to move? Kitty. You want to go? Bonk. We're just going to follow him around for a minute. You want out again? Tuco and I are both frustrated right now. Yeah. So I'm guessing this is kind of what we're supposed to see, is we switch to native disk PATA, and then instead of HD0, which is the BIOS drive, we get like an ATA0. So the problem is not with the partitioning side, it's with the disk side. Hey, Tuco, do you really want to go? Here. Okay. But the nice thing is, at this point, the problem I'm having is the same in QEMU versus on the real grub, so maybe there's just something wrong with grub, or maybe I just don't understand how to use it. Yeah, I don't think this message is actually coming from LS. I think it's grub failing to load LS. Right? So we have BIOS disk and parallel ATA loaded. I guess BIOS disk just stops working as soon as we load the parallel ATA driver. off my seat. Is that better? Oh, hey. Hello, Eston. Thanks for the Twitch raid. Yeah, I do actually have all the chats open. They're just kind of small. And the real world has many things in it. Trying not to leave everyone hanging. Well, maybe I just stand and like crouch over until Tuco gives me a chair. Anyway, where we're at, I've been trying to get Linux working on this old 486 based voting machine, and it's been just a bunch of yak shaving mostly. Currently where I'm at is I've got grub running, but grub is having some kind of unknown problem loading basically anything. Even the very simplest things I can try to get grub to load, like chain loading a copy of itself from the MBR, I haven't been able to get that working. So I'm mostly just kind of banging on grub and trying to see what works at this point. I was trying to see if I could get it to access the disks directly rather than going through the BIOS, and that's not even working in QEMU, so I'm wondering if maybe that part of grub is broken and or I don't understand it. Oh, Took. Yeah. That's fine. We didn't need to sit down. Like, at this point, it would be cool to know if the grub native disk command is even supposed to work on a PC. Like, I don't know enough about Grub's architecture to know like how it decides which disk driver to use. I wouldn't expect that loading parallel ATA would unload BIOS, but it looks like that's the behavior we're seeing. I mean, both modules are still loaded, but now I'm not seeing any disks. Oh man. We could just make the rest of this a cat stream. Click, click. tails. Cute little squeaker. Such a cat. We got some good Tuco purring over here. I don't know if I'll be able to get the mic close enough though. So maybe Tuco's trying to tell me this is a good time to wrap up the stream after we do some cat petting. I'm a little low on ideas as far as what to debug next. I clearly need to understand grub a little better. So maybe between streams I can just read some grub source code and get some better ideas of what to poke at next. It certainly seems like grub might be a good environment for just seeing like how weird this computer is, like what's broken and what isn't. So at least we can poke at all the hardware, write to I/O ports, but also load stuff like parallel ATA drivers. It would be quite nice if we could get grub to talk directly to the compat flash card, because then we'd be finally free of BIOS's CHS addressing. We'll be free of that once we boot into Linux, but if we can do it in grub, that's a little earlier. I can see that there are some things on chat, but they're too small for me to read from over here. It would be pretty funny to add a USB controller to this thing. I don't even know how you'd go about adding USB to a pre-PCI system though. Like, I'd probably start with some embedded USB controller It's designed for microcontrollers, and figure out how to glue that onto ISA. But there'd be no drivers for it, of course. I wonder if anybody ever added support to boot grub off of parallel port zip drives. I wonder if anybody still has those. I used to have a zip drive, but it was the 25-pin SCSI kind. So it looked like a parallel port, but it was actually SCSI. Came with a like really basic SCSI card that you'd put in your machine. It was a little bit faster than the parallel port zip drives. Yeah, I bet that old zip drive was at my parents' place, and like they probably got rid of it too, but I don't know where it actually ended up. He's very pleased with himself. I think he knows he's got the best seat now. Duke was acting kind of like he just wanted attention, and he was annoyed when I would let him in, but then still ignore him. He seems to be really into this. I could be doing work, but I can't actually reach any of my input devices from over here. But yeah, this seems like an okay place to wrap up in a minute. I guess we spent most of today's stream looking at grub debug output. And I don't know, not a lot was surprising in there. There's maybe, I had this theory earlier that maybe there was some area in high memory that BIOS was expecting to be reserved but wasn't actually marking as reserved. I still don't think we've really come up with evidence against that theory conclusively, but I don't think we have any solid support for it, really. I was originally basing some of that on the crash that we were getting after those sorted relocations, but I don't think we normally actually do get another debug message between the sorted relocation table and actually jumping into the next stage of the bootloader. So that's probably not unusual. And I made some attempts at using, what is it called, cutmem, the grub command, to remove portions of the memory from the memory map, but that didn't really seem to help either. So doesn't seem like that was actually the problem, but still investigating. What else did I try? It seemed like basically anything that I ran from grub didn't work. Like even very simple things, like I tried like a single sector program that can usually just run from the MBR that hex dumps itself. No luck with that either. So something pretty fundamental with either the relocation or the actually jumping into the next stage is going wrong. Is Tuco gonna let me share this chair now? No sharing? Oh, Tuke, you want your heated pad back, right? Here. Tuco. Hey. Okay. Yeah, both of the chairs were heated. There was a question about the set root on grub. I was seeing it without parentheses, but I don't think that's the problem. Even when I was using an explicit drive and partition, it wasn't finding it. So I think the problem is just that the ATA driver is either not completely loading or not actually working. So, and that part didn't seem to be an issue with this weird machine, because I wasn't getting that working in QEMU either. I'm wondering if it would be worth trying an older version of grub just to see if this is something that changed recently. Okay, so ls mod still works. I think the issue here is not with root, but with prefix. I think the issue here is that grub is trying to actually load internal modules that it needs in order to run the command. exit. Didn't really know there was an exit command. That's kind of funny. Guess that goes back to the BIOS. Oh, okay, a different version of grub. Can we download some binaries of grub maybe just to try a bunch of them out? Does GNU even have grub binaries? I thought there was a project that was basically just a grub boot disk. Yeah, how old is this? Uh, 204. Hey, Tuco, you're so in the way, gosh. Tuco, what are you doing that for? Oh my god, SourceForge is such a wasteland. I actually just want their release list, and Tuco is gonna destroy something in 5 seconds. Honey, where are you going? Hey, no. No chewing USB cords. That is never a good place for Tuco to be. No chewing USB cords. Hey. Honey. Shh. Oh my gosh. Oh my god, SourceForge makes my skin crawl. Tuco, don't chew on stuff. Dude. Hey, will you move? That look. Tuco. He was chewing on the power cable for the microscope, which is covered in stuff to try to keep him from chewing on it, but I guess he's decided to chew anyway. Okay, let's grab a new image of this and a really old one. Let's see, we have ISOs. That's fine. Oh, Tuco, are you chewing? Hey! Why is that so tasty? Hey, hey, hey. Duke. You're not. Dude. I don't know how to get him out of there. Okay, i386 PC. Gonna have some extreme oldness here. Oh my gosh, source forage. Okay, we've got a few of those images now. Tuco, are you still chewing? Oh my gosh, source forage, be gone. Thank you. Experimental. Okay. Okay, this time we have a floppy driver, but basically the same. There's BIOS disk right at the end. So native disk, PATA. That's a very different result. I wonder if that other version of grub is somewhat broken. Hey Tuco, where are you at now? Don't be chewing on that. Hey. What are you going after? That is the power cable for the USB hub. Also protected. He's relatively behaving himself now. Interesting. So same exact QEMU setup. Let's just run some other versions. I thought I tried that and it didn't work before. Was that only breaking on the real hardware and not on QEMU? Actually, I don't know if I ever tried this with debug turned off. I wonder if that made a difference. Is this a different result because of the QEMU configuration, I wonder? That was the default QEMU configuration, which is the i440BX, but I had also been configuring QEMU to try to be more like an old 486. Bumping this touchscreen cable with my hand, and I'm going to destroy the fix that I made. It'd be nice to make sure the touchscreen still works. I haven't done much testing since that fix because we've been mostly just trying to get the machine to boot. Okay, so that's the result with no debug and with this QEMU configuration. If I just change the machine type, is that enough? I'm wondering if it just doesn't auto-detect the IDE controller without PCI. Yeah, okay, so that's related to the QEMU machine configuration. Let's try a couple of different versions of that grub disk with the 486 ISA PC configuration. Let's try this first. Okay. Okay, we failed at a pretty early stage there, trying to run the oldest version of Super Grub Disk. Didn't want to boot as a hard disk image. It's fine, whatever. Okay, this one worked. This is grub 1.98. Okay, this might just be too old to have native disk drivers. Something a little newer than that. .01. Interesting. That's a little more like the current behavior. Does this try to do some kind of auto detection? This is not in the... Ooh. I was going to say it's not in the machine-specific file, but does it actually depend on PCI? Okay, yeah, so I guess my assumption is the parallel ATA driver might have been really old, but actually it's maybe new and doesn't actually support non-PCI machines. Okay, well that was a nice little tangent. I think I understand why the native disk driver wasn't working, and it's not necessarily related to any of the other problems we're having. So far the place I'm at is, it seems like grub can access the disk just fine. It's using the BIOS disk module by default, and it's reading everything fine. We did like a SHA-512 of the kernel, and that came back fine. But nothing I boot has been booting successfully. So far my biggest hunch is that this might be similar to the lack of support for Control-Alt-Delete. Like, maybe something at the CPU or system on chip level is getting configured in a way that prevents normal OSs from booting at a certain point. That wouldn't really make sense if we were completely skipping the BIOS, though. So, like, this only really makes sense if there's some BIOS dependency that we still have, and then we're stomping on either memory or hardware resources that part of the BIOS is using. So that's why I was thinking earlier that this could be related to system management mode. I don't know if that's actually it, though. Oh, request for a bigger font, sure. Yeah, I was mostly just looking around in the grub source code here, but this is that parallel ATA module, and does seem to be not using ISA. That's the other thing, like PCI is actually fairly architecture independent. It's like you can just memory map stuff on a variety of CPUs, whereas ISA, you kind of need like legacy IO ports. Is your question about whether I've tried a much older kernel? No, I haven't. I'm not extremely interested in trying old kernels if we can run a new kernel, and so far the problem doesn't seem to be related to the kernel at all. So we can keep that option open if it's necessary, but I don't think that's actually needed. Like, so far, I can't get grub to boot anything. It's not a Linux specific problem. It's a grub won't boot anything kind of problem. Well, maybe this is a good time to wrap up the stream and have a good think about what to do next. It certainly seems like one viable approach to this would just be to load grub up with like vastly more debug prints than it currently has, at least in the loader and relocation path. That could be fun. I'm also wondering if there's a slightly less tedious way to deal with this. Like, nobody's got a debug stub for grub, do they? That seems like a thing that might exist, but probably doesn't. Is there actually a GDB stub? I don't know why we need to talk about how insanely clever things are, whatever. Wank, 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 wank. This is actually all I need. I just want to know about the GDB module. Is there already a GDB module, or is this something that you wrote for your blog? I'm going to assume maybe there already is one. GDB stub. Oh, my darling. We should just do this. This will be much nicer than adding loads of printfs. For this to be useful, I almost certainly want to compile my own GDB, though. I mean, for multiple reasons, like partly because I want to have a binary and symbols that actually match exactly what I'm running. Like maybe I can download that from Arch, or not Arch, Alpine, because currently I'm using Alpine's precompiled grub. But I also wouldn't be surprised if just nobody packages the GDB stub for that same reason. Let's see if this even exists in our install here. Oh, it exists. I don't know how far I could get without symbols, though. Did it not tell me to connect the remote debugger then? Oh, does the stub run in the background? No, maybe we just don't have serial ports. Or maybe I don't know how ports are named. Okay, how does that port actually get represented? I feel so bad for the translators. They have all these notes for the translators, but it's all like stuff that I wouldn't want to have to explain to anybody. Like, I'm also wondering what else in grub uses the serial port, since if I hook that up, I would like to be able to test it somehow. Oh, we can do serial terminal, right? This is very silly. So it looks like we have like port 0 through something. Oh, is there a command that lists the ports? let's do that. Is there no like list ports command? I keep having to tell myself this is a multi-column view. It's like I'll just read the left side of the screen. TR. Oh, interesting. It could just be that these commands are confusing if your machine has 0 serial ports, which is probably how that VM is configured. Let's see if this shows anything on the real machine. Server? Let's reboot this. Fucking autofocus. I don't even know if I have a proper null modem cable. I'm probably going to use alligator clips. It seems like this command should take a serial port name or something. Oh, gosh. Let's not be doing that. Is there any documentation for this? So yeah, as far as I can tell, this is the only other thing that grub knows how to do with the serial port besides GDB is to use it as a console. So this documentation is probably useful. This still doesn't make it clear what the naming was. Like, it looked like some of that code was generating names like port 0, port 1, etc., but I haven't seen those actually in the command line interface yet. So I actually don't want unit 0 because that's the touchscreen driver. Either 1 or 2 should work. 1 should be the one that I currently have connected to a PIC programmer that is not turned on, and 2 is unoccupied but has a weird connector on it. Oh, that is extremely arbitrary, right? Like, I guess it's the same as the unit number, maybe? Anyway. So now we just need some serial dongles and stuff, and that seems like a good place to wrap this up. I can deal with finding all the right bits to get this serial port connected between streams, and then we'll have a fresh place to start running GDB on grub on the next stream. So that's something to look forward to. GDB stub on grub. We'll get to load modules and step through 32-bit and 16-bit code and do relocations and all that fun stuff. And we don't have to worry about the watchdog timer expiring anymore. Well, maybe to do one like really fun, easy thing before wrapping up the stream. It'd be fun to put a message on the text LCD. Just because it'd be fun to actually feel like we accomplished something. Cool if we could see the text LCD and graphics LCD at the same time. Maybe I'll just use the microscope. Okay. Hopefully this will be fun and not annoying. And pull up my notes from before. Okay, here's the initialization sequence for the LCD. I know it's too small for you to read over there, but I'm about to type the same commands in on the slightly larger monitor. We looked up what these were. They're basically initializing the LCD controller and putting it into two-line mode and clearing the screen and some other stuff. That work? You can just barely see the contrast change, but it does look like it's in two-line mode. So that 21080 is homing to the top of the screen. And right, 212. Let's actually get some text. Oh, do I have that not scaling properly? Forget that interacting with the UI on this copy of OBS is always extremely slow for some reason I haven't debugged yet. Oops. Okay. Oh, is that seriously the biggest font I can get? Okay, whatever. Yeah! Oh. Let's see if we can clear the screen. I'm gonna have to look up which of those commands was clear the screen. Opening up the datasheet for the LCD controller. Instructions. Okay. I think that was the 1 up there. The command 210-1 was clearing the screen. Yeah. Yeah, that's satisfying. Can we try some 2-line text maybe? Um, 210 CO is the second line. There's also like a blinking cursor we could turn on, some stuff like that. Yeah, how's that? Oh yeah, there's a question about whether that GDB stub was just compiled into the release version of grub for Alpine. Yeah, it looks like it is. Those are all modules though, so it's not like it's taking up space in the main grub binary. Grub 2 is all modular, so the core image is actually pretty small. I think it was... I've only got like 64K, 32K set aside for it. No, it's more than that. It was... Yeah, no, not much more than that. I think I only had like 32K set aside for it. So yeah, and then it just loads modules as it needs them. So yeah, thanks for joining Tuco and I for this lovely little dive into GDB, and we'll get some proper diving equipment and go for another dip tomorrow. Yeah, the cat hairs on the screen confirm that Tuco was there for sure. Tuco's still sleeping through all this. Well, see you tomorrow, folks. Thanks so much for stopping by, and a special thanks to everyone who tells their friends about the stream or throws a couple bucks my way on Patreon. That's what keeps this going, and I'll try to keep everyone entertained and keep cranking out the video content for y'all. See you tomorrow, folks. Happy hacking.